Hello viewers, today we're going to be cleaning and servicing a Lakewood HV21 high velocity fan. This is a pretty big project that's probably going to span over the course of a few days. This thing is pretty rough. The stand is all busted up, so I'll have to bend that back into shape. Lots of surface rust. Fortunately, everything is still pretty integral, so we'll be able to bring it back to life again. We have to do a lot of rust removal and repainting on the guards. Pretty caked with dust inside. And the motor is locked up, so we're going to have to take care of that as well. So this is pretty rough. I don't know where this was used. I did find it curbed, so potentially it was used in the building where I found it curbed, but I have no idea. It was definitely used in a very harsh environment, maybe a damp basement or a garage, or maybe it just sat out in the rain. I don't know, but it's got plenty of hours on it. This is an earlier one. It still uses a Macmillan, or I think it's a Macmillan motor. It's model HV21 SPC. I am not sure what that indicates. I know the HV21T has a thermostat. I've never heard of the 21 SPC before. It's a little squeaky. Usually this blade is paired with the newer Lakewood motors. I have not seen this blade paired with this motor before. So perhaps this is a very odd transitionary model. I would imagine this dates back to the late 90s at oldest. Or maybe, perhaps more likely, very, very early 2000s. I'm not sure. But it's a neat fan. It's going to be a great project. It's pretty well beat up. You can see there's a bend in the stand right there. That's going to be a little challenging to undo. Looks like something pretty bad happened to it. But we'll get that corrected as best as possible. I'm not sure how we're going to fix that, but we'll try something. Or we'll try perhaps many things until we get there. So let's begin disassembly. I've had this for a while, but I wanted to wait for warmer weather so that we could work out here in the garage and outdoors for the painting and so forth, and at least have the ventilation on for when we're doing the sanding, because it's going to get dusty. And unfortunately it's not really warmer today, but it is what it is. At this rate, if we wait for it to get warm, the project will never get done, because we no longer have summer in this region. We only have winter and fall, neither of which are seasons I particularly enjoy. Oh, you know what? This is the default size. I'm very curious how this grill is set up on the sides. Is it similar to the Air Queen, which is absolutely atrocious? I don't think so. No, it's not. This is designed the way it should be. And surprisingly, these screws are not unreasonably tight. Or maybe this has been opened before, I'm not sure. I guess before we go any further, let me show it running real quick. I do have a video of this running during the initial test, but we'll check it again. Gosh. I can't wait for pollen season to be over. It's so bad when you're mowing the lawns. so much pollen kicks up. So this, it's locked up. But it's ready to work again, so we're not going to give up on it. We'll get it. It's going to take a lot of effort, but we'll get it. All right, now we can take a bit of a closer look at what we're dealing with here and the extent of just how bad this is. It's really not all that bad in the dust department. It's the rust that's going to be an issue. Actually, the motor windings look pretty decent from the front still. Looks like a pretty substantial stator too. 8 microfarads capacitor. That's pretty bad. Alright, let's see if the blade has any interest in coming off. I imagine we're going to have to use a puller to get this off. There's definitely some rust forming on the shaft. The set screw is an Allen key. Oh, there's some more information on the other side. It just says model HV21. It doesn't tell us anything else really. It does tell us the capacitor value, which is nice. The set screw is a 5/32. What a stupid, psychotic, confusing unit of measure. Oh boy. Well, that's not a good sign. Alright, we're going to have to get out the heat. Put some heat on there, see if we can free up that set screw. Okay, I got the heat gun and I also got the pullers. I have a feeling we're going to need those as well. Fortunately, this is not a plastic blade, so we can heat this up pretty good and not have much to worry about. Nope, not yet. When we might end up getting this really hot, I'm not sure. We've got to be heating up the shaft pretty good because now it's spinning again. Oh man. That is pretty well frozen on there. Not good. Perfect. I really believe that heat is the best way to remove a metal blade. As you saw, once we got that hot enough, it literally fell right off. Okay, hopefully we didn't trip the fuse in the motor. That got really quite hot, which was necessary, and we had no options there. But let's see. I want to spin the shaft up to clean it, and then we'll finish disassembly. No, we're good. Okay, I'm gonna grab a piece of sandpaper. Okay, shut it on, and we'll clean down the shaft. Actually running pretty good now. Okay, that should be good. Okay. Let's unplug it, discharge the capacitor, and keep going. Now, I don't think that we can remove the rear guard from the stand, so that's going to be kind of annoying when we're trying to paint that, but we'll make do. Alright, so let's get the motor removed. Oh man. The switch probably just pushes in these little tabs here. It doesn't push out. I think it pushes in. Or does it turn? Not sure, never worked on one of these. It doesn't seem to want to do any of those options. Maybe we got to take off that plastic piece first and see what's going on behind it. Might as well just take the paint off at this point. It's all rusted apart anyways. Okay, now let's see what's going on with this switch. Yeah, it's definitely just going to push through. It's going, it's just very tight. Okay. Now we'll just take the rest of that paint off because it ain't serving no purpose anymore. Great. We'll have to replace the grounding screw because that's completely busted. I'm not even sure we're going to be able to get that off. Maybe. I think that's default as well. Wow, I can't believe that came out. We'll replace that. Okay. And it's just a regular old wire tie or zip tie holding that up. So we're going to have to cut that, but it's long enough that we can probably reuse it. So snip it right at the end in hopes that we can put it back. Then it doesn't go to waste, and that's one less thing we have to buy to complete this project. Okay, so that's all free now. So we're going to go back to the back. And for those wondering where it is, the back is right here. Right here on your computer screen. This is the back. And we're going to take these bolts off to release the motor. This one here is a little bit rusted, but otherwise these are all in pretty good condition. And they're threading off relatively easily. No, that one's gone. Good thing that was the rusted one. So now, let's see if I can find that bolt. I'm sure I can get another one of those relatively easily, but in concept, here it is. So now I think the last thing holding this in place is this strain relief, which I'm not sure how that works. think I just figured out how it works. Super easy to remove. Okay, so we're going to take the motor and set that aside for later on, because that's going to be quite the ordeal to clean that up. I'm going to go in this cabinet here and get a carton for the small pieces and screws. Okay. Alright, let's begin by trying to get these guards cleaned up a little bit better than they are now. We're going to begin with a general vacuuming and some brushing of the large accumulations of dust. I'm going to put on the exhaust fan now, because it's not that warm in here anyways, and who the heck knows what kind of contaminants are on this thing. that's the bulk of the dust. Now I gotta see if I have like a wire brush that would work well for this, to get some of the rust off and some of the loose paint off before we repaint it. I think I'm going to try the wire brush on the drill, but before we do that, I want to get the badge off. I don't want the badge to get jacked up at all. It's in decent shape still, all things considered. See how this works or doesn't work. It's going to be very difficult to hold this in place. That'll work. This is not an enjoyable task. And this is one of the reasons why I focus more on mechanics than cosmetics, because this is very tedious and it's hard for me to hold the drill like that for an extended period of time. Actually, this is working pretty good though. It's just tedious and difficult. easy on the hands. But it is working pretty good though. It's taking all the rust off, and it's not taking the paint off super evenly, but I don't think we have to. You know, as long as we get the rust off, we'll repaint it. It'll look good enough for me. And I'm really not that big into cosmetic restoration. I like mechanical restoration better. But it's necessary to get this rust off of here for preservation purposes. The rust is a little heavier in this area. You have to spend a little bit extra time on this spot. Ah, rats. Okay, that's one side done. Now we got to get all the outside here. That's going to be a little bit more challenging to hold this upright. That's not going to work. I wonder if I can clamp this down to the. Yeah, I can clamp it down. I guess I can do that. That works. sides weren't too bad, I guess because the dust was not stuck to the inside there. The rust is getting really dense over here, but it is coming off. Oh, rats. Oh, this might be all we get done tonight due to limitations of battery power. I'll have to do the rest of it tomorrow once the batteries have recharged. Pesky cordless tools. We are out of the battery power, so we're going to move on to a different part now. Here's the stand. This might be easier to fix than I thought because it comes apart. We still have to exert a tremendous amount of force on there to be able to correct that, though. And I'm not really sure how we're going to do that. Oh, that's not good. It's pretty much rusted all the way through. So whatever we do, we got to be fairly controlled with this. Yeah, we're not going to be able to fix that. We got to leave it as it is. If we try to bend that at all, it's just going to break. Alright, I'm going to get some of the steel wool. Let's see how this works. This is working pretty good. And it is restoring the shine too. I've thought about just painting the stand black. I know that's not the way it was originally, but this is very badly rotted. On the bottom, we'll just use the regular sanding paper. I'm not sure what we should do about the stand. The stand is almost gone. It's barely with us. We'll have to bend it enough to the point where it at least is flat on the ground. I guess this needs to go down like that is what needs to happen. Alright. That might be good enough. This is actually going through. The rust is through in multiple places. This is just about to the point where we really need a donor stand. Well, I'll clean it up the best I can. I can't stop the rust on the inside because I can't get to the inside. But I'll stop the rust on the outside as much as possible. And this steel wool works amazing on this. I didn't think it was going to work this good, but this is almost like melamine foam, like miracle type working product. I thought it would at least leave a little bit of scuffing on the finish, but it doesn't. It just looks perfect. Almost looks like it was polished. Oh man, this is pretty bad under here. I almost wonder if we should be using the wire brush to try to get as much off as possible. I think we probably should. I don't really care what it looks like on the bottom as long as it's going to be preserved as a result. Let's see if I can clamp this down to the table here. I don't get the feeling that that's going to work, but maybe I'll do a little bit. Yeah, it's not bad. Something horrible happened to this at one point. I do feel like that's getting the rust off pretty good. I'm gonna keep going with that. This is definitely the answer for a reasonably dirty fan. This is not reasonable. This is totally beyond reason. This is amazing. If you just have a little bit of pitting or something on there, it literally makes it look like new. But it's not going to take off the rust as well as the wire brushes. So we're going to use this. But that steel wool is definitely excellent. This is like a miracle product on the areas that aren't bad. Unfortunately, that's not much of it. And this, of course, is only solving the problem on the outside. It's not even really solving it. There's rust on the inside too, which I can't get to. So this is really the best we can do for a problem that unfortunately is beyond repair. I mean, the material is just gone. So let's really all we can do with that. This part's not too bad and it's cleaning up great. Those rust patches I can't get off. It's going to mess up the finish, but I think I'm going to wire brush it just to stop the decay. Okay. Well, I guess we'll keep going with this for now. The batteries charge up pretty quick, so that other one might be ready to go soon anyways. No, maybe not. Okay, I think we're going to call it there with all the wire brushing. Now we're going to wash the guards and let them dry overnight. They'll be ready for painting in the morning. I do have some paint on hand that we can use. I should probably just get a new piece of foam. This is a little ridiculous. Okay, these are now clean. I will set these up in front of a fan overnight to dry, and we'll paint them in the morning. The guards have dried overnight. They're ready for painting. It still doesn't look the greatest, but it's as good as it's going to get. It's a fairly clean surface now. I think the paint should adhere nicely and most of the rust should be stopped. I'm going to reach into my box of, why didn't you throw that out, pieces of wire. And what we'll do is we'll hang it. I'll hang it from a hook under the deck while I do the painting. And I'll probably just kind of pass that through there like that. And that should be good enough. And then I can come in the garage here and we'll hang it up in the garage to dry. It's kind of windy out and it's still pollen season. There's still those stringy things from the oak trees coming down, so I don't think that we should dry it outside. I think we'll have better results trying to dry it inside. This is the paint that we're going to use, the Rust-Oleum doubly covered technology black semi-gloss paint. I used this on the deck, some of the furniture on the deck, and it worked pretty good. Here's some kind of a bee. Bzz. I can't get this stinking. There we go. That looks pretty decent. Maybe not on the top. Couldn't reach that part. Duh. I definitely am hearing a bee. I don't like when I hear bees near the house because they could be making nests or something. I found it. It's a stupid yellow jacket. Those are useless. It's near the tripod. It doesn't seem like it's going anywhere in particular. Useless piece of junk. Hopefully a bird will eat it. Yeah, this certainly looks a lot better than it did. My spray painting skills leave a lot to be desired, but anything was an improvement. Okay, that's hung up in the garage. Oh, I forgot about we got to do something about this, the chrome stand pieces. Those are not supposed to get painted. All right, I think what I will do is I'll just wrap them in a piece of paper. I thought about painting the stand as well just because of how bad the finish is, but I think I'm going to leave it. I like things to be as original as possible, and if we paint it black, that will not look right. And yes, I realize this is not in the frame. You can enjoy the nice, the beauty of the backyard while I do this. I'll show what I did once I get back out there. I'm going to hang it from the bottom this time so I can focus more on the top, what you're going to see. It's never going to be perfect because I'm doing it, and I'm not good at spray painting yet, but we'll make it as good as we can. So this is what I did. I just put some paper over the stand there so that no paint gets on the chrome. I hope we don't run out of the paint. I have a bad feeling that we're going to. almost out of paint. Not good. No, I just ran out of paint. Come on. I gotta go to the store now. We were so close too. Rats. Okay, now I gotta go to the store. Okay, we're going to store now to get some stinking paint, which I guess is good to have on hand anyways, because it is the same color I use for the deck furniture. So if we have to touch anything up throughout the year, it's good to have some on hand, I suppose. And I did get the fan for free, so if we have to put a couple dollars into it, it's not a big deal. I was actually going to go to the store today anyways, because I wanted to pick up some plants. That's why we're going in the car. I want to get some plants as well. But I would have preferred to have gone later in the day when there's no traffic out. So far it ain't too bad. It's the middle of the afternoon on Monday. That shouldn't be too bad, but it seems like there's always traffic on the roads nowadays, any time of day. Gosh, can't wait for pollen season to be over. It didn't seem too bad this year. And while I was cleaning up the house, a lot of times you find like the interior of the house as well just is yellow from the pollen. It wasn't too bad this year. That's kind of weird. It's because it's too stinking cold to have the windows open. That's why it wasn't bad in the house. It's just as bad as ever outside. I got the stinking paint and I got the plants. And it didn't take an egregious amount of time, surprisingly. And the traffic has picked up since I was in the store. Oh, that's ironic. We're actually going to go by right where I found this fan. So I found this fan on this curb here on the right in front of one of these buildings. I don't remember exactly where, but it was right on this street. Somewhere right in here to the right. It's a shame it's so cold. It would have been a nice day to stop at the Riverwalk there. this is exactly why I don't leave the house during the day. Something just tipped over. I don't know if I should grab those pipes. I could use those. Yeah, especially those flexible black ones. I could definitely use that. Let's see if I can fit it in here. This has holes in it. That one doesn't have any holes. Too bad that long one had holes in it. That would have been very useful, but this smaller one is still useful anyways. Alright, let's finish painting this. I left it outside and I just kind of felt like something stupid was going to happen to it while I was gone, like a bird poops it or something, but fortunately that doesn't seem to have happened. Okay, we got a full can of paint. Okay, there's definitely some kind of bee problem over here. I just saw a bee go, or a wasp rather, you stupid yellow jacket, go to the back. It's only one that I keep seeing, but I don't know. I guess that's more incentive to clean up under here. Okay, I think that we've pretty much got it all. There wasn't much left, but there was enough to be a problem. Alright, I think that's good. I'm going to take a break and get something to eat, and then we'll come back and work on the motor. Now turning our attention to the motor, which is what makes the movement. I'm going to have to clean this stator up somehow. I'm going to start with the steel ball. I feel like that's the safest option in terms of working near the windings. But down there, I ain't going to cut it, I don't think. Actually, that might work. It'll make it better, at least. I think it'll suffice. So let's open this up. Where's the... Here we go. surprisingly reasonable tightness to all these screws. At the bottom here, this is pretty bad. We might have to repaint the bottom portion of this. Washers are almost gone. I suspect this is going to be rusted shut. Yeah. I'll have to very carefully pry this off. This is a very, very flaky operation. Wow, that is really stuck on there. I'm not surprised. It's not gonna get it. It's just rust welded shut is the problem. Unfortunately, we're going to have to use a fair bit of force to get this apart. Okay, broke the seal there. It's pretty much ready to come off now. I'll look on the back before I completely remove it. This is actually coming off much easier than I anticipated. Oh wow, it's rusted on the inside too. Okay, so we're gonna have a little more work to do here than I anticipated. I don't know what the OEM of this motor is, but it's pretty substantial. That's a very, very thick gauge copper. And it's a pretty well wound motor, very neat and clean. Well, it's dirty, but surprisingly, it looks like it's going to have a thermal fuse, not a resetting switch, which is surprising to see that this is still working. I kind of figured that the fuse would have been blown, given the state of the fan. Yeah, the only thing I'm really comfortable using in here is the steel wool. I'd like to take a wire brush to it and really get a lot of the rust out, but I don't want to do that up against the, put the exhaust on, up against the windings there in case something slips. This is extremely effective. I don't know why I never tried using this earlier. This is the worst part here on the bottom. Actually, the sandpaper followed by the steel wool seems to be taking off the majority of the brown rust tinge to it. Not bad. Yeah, that really doesn't look too bad anymore. It's a lot better than it was. I guess you should try to get some of the rust off of the inside too. I don't know how we're gonna... I'm so nervous about scratching the windings. That might not be worth playing with. I'll have to blow this out with the compressed air. Get all those pieces out of there. Rotor's all rusty too. Everything's rusty. That cleaned up pretty good. There is a thrust washer in there. Let's get that out and put it on the shaft instead so it doesn't get lost. There's a thrust washer in the front too. think we can probably save the paint on this. It's not that bad. We'll clean the outside of it with melamine foam. This shell could probably fare to be repainted. This one's pretty bad. But this one is not. This is the front. This is the back. Yeah, I guess we probably should repaint this one. Alright, now we'll go wash this out and then we'll paint it. Keep it down. Gosh. I'm trying to make a video. Got the bearing all taped off so no paint gets into the bearing. This is only semi-gloss paint, but this is supposed to be a gloss paint. As you can see, it was originally. It's not worth going out and buying a whole nother thing of paint just to make the motor gloss. You can always redo it if it really doesn't look right. But for now, we're just going to use the same paint and it'll look a lot better. That's how it should look when it's dry, but once this dries, it's going to turn matte or semi-gloss. But at least it will not be as rusty. All the parts are drying here in the garage. And having that fan running makes a nice wind current across the area here to really dry those parts out. Okay, now we're going to do our final round of cleaning. We got to clean the front motor shell, we're going to clean the badge, and we're going to clean the blades. And by the time we're done with this, the painted motor shell and the two guards should be dry. And then we can service the bearings in these shells. So we're starting to near the end, starting to near completion. This is a new camera angle for the cleaning area. I have the camera mounted on a shelf here, and I think that this is a much better angle than putting it on a tripod to the left. I always used to have the camera on the right side at the old studio, which was more natural, being predominantly right-handed. And over here the room is kind of set up differently, so I have to try to adapt to it on the left. But if I can put it on the right over here, I might as well and make it easier. Yeah, the paint on this shell is pretty good still. It's just the back one that was no good. It's a little rusty on the inside here, but I don't think enough that it warrants a repaint. Alright, that looks pretty good. Call that clean. Let's get the badge out. Wash all three of those parts. That plastic cleaner works great, but it's like toxic. Ironically, from the Stoner brand. I gotta put some kind of ventilation fan over here. And that cleaner is not like intended for outdoor use range. That's an indoor cleaner for electronics. I don't know why the heck it's so strong. Alright, that came out pretty good. That is one of the most nostalgic fan brand logos to me. Really don't want to have this fan on. It's freezing down here, but I suppose it's better to be a little bit chilly than suffocate. Jeez, this knob is pretty well beat up. pretty good. And now the blades, which remove the air. I wonder if we should use the steel wool on these. This is pretty badly caked. I'm gonna go grab the steel wool, I think. Let this soak for a minute while I'm out there, but I think that the steel wool is gonna be our good option. Even this is struggling to get some of that off. This is one of my favorite cleaning products now. The steel wool. And it's slightly damaging the finish. That's what I was afraid of. We can probably polish that out with Simichrome polish if you were so inclined. I just want to get it clean enough to work well. And look more presentable than it did before. This is starting to get pitted from rust. The only problem is if we hit it with Simichrome, it might actually become like a mirror finish, and it's not supposed to be. I suppose it would look cool, but it would not look original. So, oops, that just got cut in half. It probably looks more original now than it would if we used the Simichrome polish on it. This fan on anymore. That's as far as we're going to go with that for now. It looks a lot better than it did. There's still a little bit of pitting. We'd probably have to polish it with semichrome to get that off all the way, but I'm not concerned about it. It's clean enough now that it's going to work properly, and that's what I'm mostly interested in. I don't really think that this dust from the steel wool should be going down the sewer, especially not in this sink, because this is a does not have a macerator pump down here, so whatever gets in there, if it doesn't pass, or this doesn't matter, it's not a macerator pump, it's not gravity fed, so this is going to sit in the bottom of the pump and not get out. So we'll just do that. Okay. Okay, so that's all the cleaning that we need to do. Now we're going to move on to some bearing work. Now we're going to do some cleaning with the compressed air. We'll start with the windings. Good. And make sure we don't lose the thrust washers. We're going to clean the cord later once we get everything fully assembled, but I'll wipe this down on the inside so that we don't put it back dirty. And we're on a home stretch now, but we still got a fair bit of work to do on the motor, because, well, actually, no, I don't know if it was necessarily locked. It could have just been like the rust could have just locked the rotor to the stator, but We're going to get the bearings a whole work over, get those nice and clean. Looks like paint or something on there. Okay, so, oh, you know what else we got to do is we should probably just replace this plug, but at bare minimum we got to clean that up, because that's very bad in terms of corrosion. Hello? Hello?
Hey, this is Jennifer calling from the Accident Claims Center. I'm following up on an open compensation claim that just crossed my desk. Hope I caught you at a good time.
You are an obnoxious...
It looks like there's an unclaimed accident file from the past 2 years, and the compensation on it hasn't been touched. Just to make sure I'm updating the right record, were you in an accident within the last 2 years?
You are an obnoxious, lying, dishonest, scamming piece of garbage.
Could be under a family member, or maybe you were a passenger.
Or what are you, a seal? Are you stupid? You're dumb. You're dishonest. I don't like you. The truth. Okay, anyways. So let's get this. There's still some shavings in there, so we got to get that out. We'll get that out with the cloth. That's not a big deal. So this is the non-painted one. This is the painted one. It should be gloss, you know, so it doesn't look right, but it looks better. What was I saying before? Oh yeah, so we don't know if this was stuck because of rust or stuck because of the bearings being sticky or dry. This is pretty sticky back here, so it might have been a combination of both. I'm trying to think of when I got this. I want to say that I got this on a day that it was raining, so it very well could have been something like there was a flood inside and someone grabbed this to use and it didn't work anymore or something like that. I have no idea. Those buildings that I showed where this was found, those used to be, I think they were abandoned for a couple years. Now it's some businesses have moved in, but for a while they were vacant. Yeah, these are very sticky. Definitely need a good cleaning. And there's another one here. Usually this whole thing should come off, but it's so stuck that I don't think it's going to. Which is okay. We don't necessarily need it to come off, but it's supposed to. It could also be brittle, so it's not worth applying a lot of force to it to try to make it come off. Oh, actually, there we go. It's budging. Sticky bearings. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Well, that's what I was afraid of. Fortunately, that happened in the front and not the back. I should have a replacement washer like that on hand. That's not too big of a deal. But the fact that this broke is not great.
and now it's like halfway off. Why is this not coming off of here? I think the back is what was clogged, but I want to get the front off too to clean the whole thing, and this is not cooperating. I don't understand why this won't pass over the lip. There it goes. Okay, so now we have a predicament here. A predicament that I didn't want. Okay. That's not catastrophic. That's still usable. This is not usable. We'll have to replace that. But that's fine because I should have something like that on hand. Actually, we'll check right now. Sometimes those break, and oftentimes they wear out. So I do keep a selection of these on hand. We have this shaft size. We should, because this is a pretty standard motor. That's a little bit too small. And that's a little bit too small as well. Maybe I don't have one of those on hand. That's not great. There we go. These are all discombobulated because the case doesn't shut properly. So they're allowed to move around inside the case. And they were probably in order when they left the factory, but they're not in order anymore. Oh well. So we'll just have to replace that. It's one of those. Not a big deal. Not happy about it, but it's not a big deal. Okay, let's get this sticky stuff cleaned up. We'll start with the front here. We're going to use some Miso-Presso on this. We're going to need it. I'm very glad that was the front that broke and not the back, because the back takes a lot more force to it on a fan like this. This one's actually pretty chewed up. That's kind of strange. Okay, the back is this was really bad. So this washer needs to come out of here, and we got to be very careful. There we go. That's the one that broke on the front. This is like glue sticky. Shoot, this just broke. That's not great. Oh well. Nothing we can do about that. I wonder if these are actually breaking down. A lot of times this is like dried up oil. These motors sometimes use pretty poor quality oil, and they get like this over time as it dries out. But that could also be the plastic just breaking down and becoming like the plasticizer breaking down and becoming this sticky consistency too. That's not inconceivable. And that broke with hardly any force. So that washer is definitely deteriorating. That's fine, we'll just replace it. It's not an exact replacement here, but it should work. This one is nowhere near as sticky, and it's still totally flexible, so that very well might be the actual plasticizer that's on there that's all sticky. I'm not sure. We would need a chemist to check it out. Yeah, with how dark in color that is, I think that I'm leaning towards that being the plasticizer breaking down. Alright, it doesn't look the greatest, but it's not sticky anymore. So I'm going to grab another one of those washers. I'm going to have to replace it on both sides. Hopefully we can replace it on both sides. It might become too thick, and in that case we'll just replace it on one side only. Okay. I also have, and this is what we could use if those larger pieces ever broke. We could also just put a bunch of these on there to create that space as an alternative. So if this part breaks, you know, it's not the end of the world. We can recover from it. It's not ideal, but it's not complete catastrophe either. Okay, so that's the front, and this is the back. And we now have one of those for each. Okay, now we'll move on to the cleaning of the bearings. Cancel that part out. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use that part for the initial sweep of the shavings from the, what do you call it, steel wall. That's the only drawback to using that, is it seems to shred towards the end. More isoprisol. Too much isoprisol. Front bearing is totally clean, so our issue was very likely with the back bearing, which is kind of consistent with the wear on the shaft. Yeah, there's a little bit of dirt in there, but not all that much. Not as much as I was expecting. Okay, that's good for the bearings. Now we'll move on to the shaft. We're going to use the Simichrome polish on the shaft. Get this apparatus set up. I think this is the first time that I'm using this for a practical case with the new switch. This OOT switch here. Okay, so now we're going to put the shaft in here. I'm going to get a small piece of paper. I like to put a piece of paper around the part where it goes in so it doesn't get nicked up by the chuck. I'm going to have to open this up all the way to get this in there. Okay. This is what we're going to use. The Hepich Simichrome polish, which is outstanding. Oh no, outshining rather. It's both. This just broke. There we go. very dirty. Jeez, I thought I had that in there pretty good. It's coming out pretty good. It's much cleaner now than it was before. Not that that's saying much. We're really going to see the difference on the bottom. But that's where I think it was locked up. What the heck? It's a metal wash, a couple metal washers there. Yeah, we're looking pretty good now. Hello?
Yes, this is Skunk Shield Insurance calling. We've recently gone over your files, and we found that your stinking policy has lapsed.
Oh, rats!
We're calling to find out if you'd like to renew.
Yes!
Okay, what is your age?
746.
I'm sorry?
746.
I'm sorry, but our system only goes goes up to 745.
All right, now we're gonna we'll do a run of isopropyl alcohol to clean it up as a final, and then we'll be done with this portion. I don't know what's up with these metal washers that just came off of there. I guess we'll wash those too and then just put them back. They're not sticky, they're just kind of rusty. I think all these do is create space. I don't think that these have any rotational force on them. I mean, like they don't have friction from stuff moving up against them. I think they just push the that busted plastic part out a little bit further. Okay, we're going to use the zooming spout oil. Open that up. And the oil needs to go in this felt-like material in between the bearing and the bearing holder. That's where the oil port routes the oil to. As you can see, this is absorbing the oil nicely. And this is going to take quite a few drops. This is very dry. And what's nice about this motor is that for routine maintenance, there's oil ports. You just put a couple drops of oil in the port without dismantling the whole thing and you're good to go. Because that bearing is closed in the back, I'll just put a couple drops in the back. Same thing here in the front. And there's a lot of material there too. This motor was pretty well made. I don't know if this was a Macmillan or not. Okay, so the bearings have oil in the wells. Now we'll put, the shaft is still inside the stinking, inside the mechanism here. Let's get the shaft back. And you can see we have a nice clean rotational surface there. Much better. We'll put some oil on the shaft. Actually, let's make sure it's clean all the way to the end so we don't draw back any dirt when we slide these components on. Okay, so we'll start with this. And then we'll add this. And then we'll add this. These two. I don't know why that one is so difficult to get on. Okay. And like I said, we might find that we have to subtract one of those. Not a big deal. Easy enough to tell. Put these two metal washers back on. Put this on. I'm surprised that's still fitting so tight, even after having been polished down. Not that the polish took off a significant amount, but okay, and I always like to just put a little bit of oil in with all the washers there, just so that they can all rotate with each other freely. Put a drop on the shaft, and then we'll slide that back in place. Very satisfied bearings. Okay, now the stator, and I don't remember, I think that this is the back. Worst case scenario, it'll just spin the wrong way and we'll have to turn it around. Make sure that the holes are lined up so that I didn't check this for varnish necessity. I don't think it needs to be varnished. It looks pretty good. Okay, holes are lined up. That's in place. Holes are lined up. I'm going to say this is backwards because the oil port should be facing the top. So let's remove this and turn it around. If the oil port's facing on the bottom, it's going to be a little bit difficult to use because you'll have to defeat gravity to get the oil to go into the port. And gravity's pretty effective. It usually works pretty good. Okay, so now the port's coming out at the top where the cord is. Put this port up at the top as well. Put a little bit of oil on there for the bearing to slide on. I don't like how tight that is. Okay, make sure our holes are aligned. Okay, good. Okay, so is that, yeah, that has no front to back play, so we got to cancel out one of those washers. I'll cancel out the one from the front. I had a suspicion that would happen. That replacement washer does not sit into the piece like the original does, so that's why it's causing some extra space in there, which we can't have. So we'll just omit that, and you know what's going to happen? Likely nothing. Why that doesn't like to go over the gap. Okay. Now there's space. Okay, I'm going to go wash my hands, get the oil off, and then we'll finish assembly. Okay, let's get this closed. And I'm going to reuse the same hardware. I kind of have an issue with that because it's rusty, but I don't have the budget to buy all new stainless hardware for it, so we're just going to reuse it. I think it'll be fine. Washer, nuts. Washer, nuts. Washer, nuts. Washer, get on there, nuts. Oh, come on. All right, these don't have to go very tight. They actually weren't very tight, which is nice. They were the correct tightness when they arrived. Okay. Now the shaft is a little bit stiff. That's kind of normal, that can happen. Just take a screwdriver and smack it around a little bit to line it back up. Look at that. I'll throw a drop of oil in there just for good measure. And we're going to stop with the oil because it's lubricated. Nice. Okay, I'm going to get the frame and then we'll put everything back together. This stand is the least successful part of this project, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's rotted through. Can't clean up material that's not there anymore. I have to put some grommets in there or something to balance that out, because it's still not quite right. I thought I had corrected this, but or maybe it's so flimsy it just bends. I don't know. Okay, so the motor is going to go on like this. We'll pass the wire through first. Put that little strain relief back in place. That's a very good design. Capacitor mount goes through the upper right screw, so it looks like that. Back into our software box and get out the rear bolts. One of which leaves something to be desired, but the rest of them aren't too bad. And these don't go overly tight either, because this can actually mess up the alignment of the bearings, and we'll have to realign it again. Not that that's difficult, but it's just something that can happen. And something that can induce panic if you don't expect it. Nope, it's still pretty good. I'm not sure which way the switch is supposed to go. I think that this can go on first. So it's like that. Then let's see, is that correct? Yeah, that seems correct. Okay, that's in place. Now we'll connect the what's left of the grounding screw. I can't believe this screw even works still. This screw looks like it belongs in an air conditioner. I have to wonder if it's actually doing any grounding anymore with how bad that connection is. And then the wire just kind of, this is the way it was. The wire was just tie wrapped in place. It's definitely kind of a flaky way to do it, considering how close the wires are to the blades. And I kind of wonder if that was original or not. Well, I don't know what else. I mean, what else would Lakewood have used? As much as I don't like putting wire ties or tie wraps around wires, this is this is kind of a cheap and economical way to do it and keep it pretty sturdy. And it's not going to enter the path of the blades like that. And speaking of the blades, it's time for the blades to go on. Should put a drop of oil in the screw here, in the set screw, so that the threads don't get locked. Just a very, very small amount, because you don't want oil flinging out onto the blade either. That would get a little bit messy. Just a touch to prevent rust. Okay. It is much happier now than it was before. That's going to go like that. So this can go like that. The badge has certainly seen better days, but then again, so has the entire fan. this was such a great find. Back in the 2000s, when life was a lot simpler, I always wanted a high velocity fan. We never had one. I don't think anybody in the family had one. And of course Lakewood was the brand that I wanted after having the HV9. And to have something like this, at the time I would have been totally ecstatic about it. So it's kind of neat to relive that memory now, or live it out for the first time now. And of course the fact that this was thrown out, that makes the project even better, because I thoroughly enjoy taking stuff that people just throw out because they don't think it's worth anything and bringing it back to life. One of my favorite things to do. I should have checked the clock on the blades before putting the guard on. Well, if we have to go back and play with that later, we can. That's not a big deal. And I'll take care of the plug later. I have to do some other things tonight, so I'm kind of running out of time here. But I wanted to get this put together and see how it came out. Alright, let's plug this in. And hopefully we have success. You know, from a couple feet away it looks pretty good. You really don't notice the imperfections until you get close up. Alright, let's see if it runs. I hope it does. And it doesn't. What the heck? Why doesn't it work anymore? You're kidding. Oh, now it works. Alright, something's a little dodgy here. We might have to do some more investigation. Well, it's running now. I don't know why it wasn't running before, but whatever. Yeah, the clock on the blades isn't too bad, but it's definitely quite a bit out of balance. $196 watts. Oof. Hey, it's putting out a lot of air. It's not for nothing. $250 watts. Wow, that's powerful. The high. Wow. 281 the watts. 2.5 the amps. Power factor 95. That's strong. Huh. We might have a some competition to patent. That is very strong. Wow. I am thoroughly impressed. Wow, that is powerful. Very, very powerful. And it came out pretty good. I really enjoyed that project. It's a great piece. It's a cool model. It's nostalgic to the 2000s. And it was free.